Hello. Hopefully it works. So today we're doing. Um, I'm continuing working on B2B SaaS. Um, I played with um, their Postgres integration. So I like I tried to figure out how to use SQL in JavaScript. I haven't succeeded much, but I think I'm pausing that for now, and I will be focusing on how to integrate saaskit with fogbender, and we can figure out database stuff later if we'll need it. And okay, so let me just check that everything kind of like started. Um, so this one is going, and we need to check that the music is working. Today we're going to we're going to stream stuff that Maple Leaf made, and hopefully he will not like copyright strike. Maybe it is. And uh, okay, so I think Twitch is working. I need to move this stuff around for YouTube, and yeah, and let's switch to the to this view. And oh, I guess I should also tweet about it. And yeah, oh, oops, I forgot the music. Where's the music? I don't know how like ads work on SoundCloud, but I guess we will know soon enough. Okay, I think my screen sharing has died again. I don't know when that started to happen, but now it's always an issue. Starting it here in the house. Okay, I'm gonna start the music. Okay, let's go.
McDonald's presents Burger Reviews by Hamburglar. Today's review, the hotter, juicier classic burger.
Yeah, I was right. They're doing ads. Like I never used SoundCloud, but it's like for the few times that I used, I was like, okay, it's not fun. 31-second ad.
Classic burgers.
Hi, I just noted that you mentioned messaged. I decided to pivot and use Vercel Postgres for my DP because it's such a great value for money. Okay. Uh, actually, there's something about it, and the idea is that I look at it like all the like usage limits and all that stuff, and then figured, wow, it's so little. Like they basically don't give you anything. But then I realized everything that they're going to give you, they're going to give you for free. If you previously paid them like $20, they're not charging you more, so they can't really give you too much because otherwise they have to like subsidize it or like they're going to be getting paid less. So it actually makes sense the like all the stuff that they did. And what is probably going to happen is that they will increase all the usage limits for database, but they will also increase the plan price. And at that time, it would be like good value for money. And you're like, yeah, I already pay for all of that stuff. I can't really like get rid of it. So I think there's some kind of like a ploy there, but you need to explain me what do you think? What how did you got to that kind of like conclusion? Uh, they're just acquiring you on. Yeah, I forgot who said it. This is like it's deep. Oh, it's what it was Dax who is doing like SST stuff. He said on Twitter that um, uh, it's interesting that when Vercel is integrating with AWS or Cloudflare, it's like yeah, like AWS usage is not going to grow because Vercel is now using AWS. But Neon, it could possibly be that like it just like in a few months, like all of the users that they're going to get is going to be like through Vercel. And at that point it's like, okay, are you just like a thing? Are you just like a Vercel product or are you like a real thing? So I don't know. We will have to wait and see on that one. But you need to let me know what you use for migrations because I'm lost. Like I try to figure out migrations. I try to use Keasley, and basically, like in their README, they have like a migrations. Kind of like, yeah, we don't do too much migrations, but here's what you can use to start. And this doesn't work on with Vercel. They just don't support transactions and such. So it's like, yeah, it doesn't work. And I haven't looked into like the other one that Vercel provides SQL. It doesn't have any migrations as well, and I haven't looked into Prisma yet. Not actually using, just use. Interesting. So Prisma for migrations and Keasley for queries. That could make sense. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. The stupid part right now is that you only have one database. So this point of like, oh, what is for migrations? Is like, yeah, you only have one production database. Like, it's you could just like go and edit it, and like everything is going to be edited, like updated all at once. But this is, I don't know. I'm I skipped all the Node.js server kind of like building backends, and I'm like not convinced that I have missed anything. It's like everything that I looked at is like looks worse. So uh, I know that I'm looking at like kind of like Vercel focused stuff, and it's probably better in like real backends, but I don't even know like Nest or like how do you call it, like the Fastify or something. So like I don't know if the like real backends for Node even exist. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not happy with what I see right now. So anyway, so I kind of like don't know where to go with all of this SQL stuff. So I'm just switching to other aspects of this product just to get somewhere. Easily Kotlin works great, and you can just write your own. Oh, hey Nicola. Yeah, I didn't like the Gisli syntax so far, especially like compared to something like Elixir. So, oh, thank you for the follow.
Nikola Kristov is now following.
Yeah, so this is my second channel, and where I do kind of like more co-working stuff, where I just kind of like I mostly work, and it's mostly like with music. and I sometimes sometimes do something kind of like chat related. So, oh, thank you.
Black Rainbow Live is now following.
I don't know who you are. I didn't remember if we chatted before, but thank you for the follow. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I have 4 Twitch accounts at this point. Yeah. So yeah, I'm pausing on all of this SQL stuff. Like when I looked at Dino KV, where is it? Uh, yeah, let me share my screen. So when I looked at Dino KV, it's like, yeah, all of this stuff makes like perfect sense for me. It's like, yes, just set just set values, read values. You can even have transactions in Dino, and it's like, yeah, I can understand how all this works. It's just like it's built into uh, a runtime. There is no migrations. It's like, yeah, it just works. And the what is Vercel is doing is kind of like silly. I didn't look into you can have transactions in Dino KV. Yeah. So the funny part is that like Dino KV is kind of like a silly name for the end product because that's it's really kind of like it's not just a Redis. It's like a real database for all intents and purposes, uh, as opposed to Vercel Postgres, which you would assume is a real database, but it doesn't have transactions. So this is like the stupidest thing I ever heard. Yeah, so I forgot what I was going for, but like yeah, so if I could just use DNO KV on Vercel, that's I feel like is better. I
Black Rainbow Eye is now following.
okay, I'm just guessing this is one of your alts as well. Yeah, I don't remember where I posted that about transactions. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, but it doesn't have transactions, so that's why I'm giving up for now. I think I will. I was like hoping that it's like yeah it's built in, so just do that, and I think I will just like try to find like a real database, but yeah, we'll see. For now, we're doing fogbender. So fogbender is our company, and the it gives you uh, B2B. Okay,
Black Rainbow Media is now following.
okay, you're just going to follow me with all of your accounts that you have. Oh, we hit the 10 followers goal. Thank you. Uh, I don't know if that's a DB limitation or what's it? Neo? I forgot. Neon DB. Uh, okay, I'm not sure. This one. Transaction mode. PG bouncer. Cooler. Let's do transaction. Go back. Cool. Yeah, so I think Neon itself does
Producer not found is now following.
Okay. Uh, so I think transaction. Sorry. So I think Neon does support transactions, but it's just like implementation of Keasley or whatever, like Vercel SQL. I don't remember which one I was testing, but like one of them is probably just like not so doesn't support transactions yet, but it will eventually. Anyway, so going back to fogbender, yeah, it's a like B2B support solution, and because I'm building B2B kind of like template, I'm like, okay, should that's how we are going to integrate fogbender into it. So this is going to be today's stream. Prisma doesn't have real transactions. Okay, I like less and less this idea of using SQL in Node.js. uh, okay, uh, okay, so we were listening new album that Maple Leaf made, and let me go back to the other view. I have extension that works that allow you to use PostgreSQL and Astro. Do you have a link for that? Yeah, so I think it was like one of his bits. Um, so I don't know. Just search. I think on his Twitter he has like his just link to his SoundCloud comments. Yeah. So on his website, it has a SoundCloud link. And still works. Okay, so I'm interested to look at it once we have it working. Okay, so let's go back to the music, and I will see you back when I have a break.
Tree hugger? Nature lover? Green queen? Yes, I'm feeling it.
Did you know Hertz offers North America's largest rental fleet of electric vehicles so you can do your part for the planet? Zero emissions. Now's your chance to go fuel-free in an EV.
Really? Finally, a road trip without the guilt trip. Let's get charged up this weekend.
Book your EV at Hertz.com today.
Let's go! Be warned that once you pick up a refreshingly cold drink from McDonald's and people see just how refreshingly cold
Oh my god,
that
how
drink
many
from
ads?
McDonald's is,
It's
you may
great,
create
right?
drink envy. Because there are drinks, then there are drinks from McDonald's.
Get any size soft drink for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, or really make them jealous with a frozen Coca-Cola.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Prices and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Okay. Currently it's time for a break, and the thing is that I wanted to make this timer so that it makes some sound in the end, and I didn't do that. I need to find I need to find a good sound probably, and I don't even remember where you hosted. But, okay, so what are we going to do? I think the plan is to power what I just did. And okay, apparently I don't have 10 followers now. Someone unfollowed me, so that's that's pretty unfortunate. Okay, so what I've been working on is this page. Uh, so when users sign in, they need to select an organization, and if this organization doesn't exist, so for example, if I just go and delete it, it will ask you to create an org first. Interesting. Okay, so create an organization. Now this organization, I can select it from this list. I'm sure it should probably do something like if it's just one organization, then select it automatically, but yeah, I'm not going to. So once I select an organization, I want to show fogbender. So the last hour, I kind of like didn't do any fogbender related stuff. I just did this connection between things. So okay, unless anyone has some questions, I'm scrolling through my Twitter and going back to the work, to the real one where with fogbender. Okay. I don't know if I should do something about music. The good thing about Lo-Fi Girl is that I don't have to think about it. It's just lowest common denominator. But I still get some copyright warnings, I guess, or something from it. So not as clean as I was hoping for. But anyway, let me restart the timer and let's go back to the work. Okay, need to take a bit break a bit earlier because I'm running out of battery. Okay, so I'm actually in an interesting place in terms of what I'm doing. Uh, okay, I'm screen sharing. Okay. So I was able to do fogbender widget. It wasn't that hard. I just like copy pasted our instructions and everything worked. I replaced um, I replaced all the like information about the user from the information that we get from profile auth. The only problem is that here we're expecting to have like a full name, but I didn't configure profile auth to do that. And yeah, so those secrets, we need to like store them properly. And for that, I need to go to like backend. And this is where I decided to do React query. And I copied this file kinda from fogbender. The idea is that we have client instance there. Provider could use that instance, and we have reg set up, and we have query keys set up. So this file is doing kind of like everything that is like everything that is related to getting data from the server. Does that make sense? Yeah, so my TypeScript thing died for some reason, and it shows this as undefined, even though it is. So this is how we use it. We're getting the provider, and now we need to get the query. So it's return 1, 2, 3, and query key needs to be an array. Yes, so query key, and this is where we get this query key stuff.
Pablo Pang is now following.
Oh, thank you. Someone followed, and finally I have 10 followers, which makes me like a real streamer. Okay, so I get distracted a bit. Yeah, so query keys. Now we can use this this helper function. This is just so that if you have multiple queries in different files and stuff, so that you don't accidentally create the same key, or if you're doing the same query, so that you can reuse the same key and reuse the cache and stuff. Real streamer for real. Yeah, sure hope so. And so now we do this, and now we get data, and data is 1, 2, 3. So what else can you hope, right? So this is the query that we did, and we can see like all the states. I never actually used React Query debugger before, and I'm not sure what's the best way to kind of like to configure it. For dev thing where I got it, it was like is open, which is pretty bad idea, I think. But yeah, I don't know. So we did basically like all the front end stuff so that we can talk to the backend. I guess let's check that we can actually talk to the backend. This is where we're going to use again like that client file. So our API server can do something like that. So and now it okay, I'm not sure how. Oh, it adds like double slashes. Okay, so this needs to be empty string, and it will ask the right one, and so what's happening there is that I'm not passing the propel auth token, but I can just go quickly to that file and just like not check anything and just return some data just to check if anything works. So now our query returns data. Yeah, so the data that the server gave us. So sounds good. Sounds like everything is working. I just need to implement this function so that it generates this JWT to confirm that this is so we have this secret, and this JWT will make us as a fogbender sure that this token was generated by someone who knows the secret. If they don't know the secret, they okay, that's the right way. Yeah. So if they don't know the secret, they can't generate those JWTs. So it's someone who is like kind of like hacking into Fogbender and wants to get the access, and we're not going to let them. And this secret needs to be stored somewhere on the backend, somewhere where, like, if you store it in the browser, it's like, yeah, just like copied from the browser, and now everyone can sign in as like any user, and that's not good. So what are you doing right now? So the project that I'm working on, uh, it's going to be like this B2B saaskit. So the idea is that Dino Dino created this saaskit using Vercel. Using Fresh and Dino, and I'm using Astro and Vercel. And this one is a bit kind of like lighter, if that makes sense. Uh, and I'm going for kind of like pretty heavy one. So I'm going with all of the kind of like stops I need. Like, so I think this one has some kind of like sign in. So they have this demo. Oh, oops. Transaction domain not found. Oh my god. Dano guys. Why is everything broken, man? Why it's always broken? Oh, Jesse Pants.
Jazzy Pants 1989 is now following.
My desperation's paying off. Yeah, thank you. That was my only hope. How do you spell awkward? uh, it's just like notebooks. Their main example doesn't work. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it worked all the other times I was showing it off. So they basically have a simple kind of like website. I don't remember if they have own notification. There's like landing page and subscribe. Yeah, if they have billing, that means that they have own notification. Yeah, user notification. And our thing is that um, where when you're signing up, you can actually have an organization. So like you will have multiple users, and all of those users would be like having different roles, and all of that can like more organization stuff, because that's how do I say it? Like all of that is required if you're building B2B software. And we want to just figure out like kind of like good patterns to use. And so, for example, we want to try to use Doppler for authentication, so that you can like manage or your passwords. Um, we need to figure out some kind of like database story. We need to figure out like for user authentication, we are using Propel Auth, so it allows you to like do all of the users, all of the organizations, and allows you to add like social logins, all that stuff, so that you can kind of like get up and running quickly. You need to just like configure like GitHub with Propel Auth instead of, I don't know, like tons of instead of like building everything yourself. And then uh, so one of the tools that we're building an integration with is Fogbender. So this is our chat system, which is focused on kind of like B2B use case. So you can only like open the chat to talk to someone if you're already like in a part of our organization. So today I was building that flow um, where you can like switch the organizations, and until you select the organization, you don't see anything. And yeah, so here like I don't have the chat support, but now if I switch to like this organization, it could be like different organization. This is just because I was testing Fogbender, I also called it Fogbender, but it could be anything. And yeah, so now I'm like this user from this team and all that stuff, and it all works. Except that like it's using our like unsecure way of authenticating. This is basically just to check if it works, but you're not supposed to use that in production. So I'm working on kind of like a backend support. So B2B does indeed mean business to business, but in a simple terms, it's just a difference between like if you go to Propel auth, they're like, hey, we are auth for B2B products, and if you go to Clerk, dev or com, I don't remember, yeah, com, it's like user. Uh, I think they have B2B, and why they don't have B2B is as because in their pricing, in the infinite wisdom uh, that they have. Where is it? When users create organizations, they can only create organizations with 3 users. This is this is like a no starter for any anything that has teams. And you have a lot of teams like anywhere, right? You go to GitHub, you can create a team. You go to like Vercel, you can create a team, and it's like, yeah, what kind of business I'm making where like organization should have like 3 users? That's silly, right? So that's why we're not using Clerk. Um, we could as far as I understand, like I don't remember who said it, but what people do is that they just use Clerk to sign in as a user, and then they just like do organization part themselves. And yeah, so you need to store it somehow. You need to do all of the organization like roles and all that stuff. And it's like, yeah, why am I paying so much for this organization for this service if I can't even like use it? So yeah, it's like it's one thing of like, hey, I'm using Propel auth, right? So this is the thing where I can configure it anywhere, like somehow and all that stuff, and like I have like admins of this thing, so it's like me and the other developer. But it's the other thing when it's like my users can only create 3 organizations, like organization with 3 users. It's like why? So it's like I'm basically like not using this feature then. um, yeah, and there are a lot of like complicated things for like auth providers. I don't remember where is it, but like all the like SAML stuff, all the like roles stuff. It's like it's no fun to implement it yourself. So yeah, I hope that this Propel auth thing like can work out for this template. But yeah, and yeah, just to just to explain the difference between like parasocial uh, channel and this channel. I kind of like recently started this, so I like didn't write all the descriptions yet. But the idea is that this is more kind of like a slightly even like behind the scenes, but the main idea is like it's low effort on my part. It's like unless I want to like stream for real, I'm using this channel. And stream for real means like I'm going to show out something, I'm going to build something. So here I'm just kind of like usually just listening to like lo-fi, and I have a timer, and it's like when timer runs out, I will like explain kind of like what I'm doing, but then I will put on the music and put the timer on, and we'll just do something kind of like work related. That's why the default setup is like this. So it's like yeah, you can see the delay is different because it's this one is from camera, it's local, but this one is like through Wi-Fi. So yeah, and I mean, I'm actually like okay being on for like I don't know, like the biggest stream I did was probably like 3 or 4 hours. I'm okay being like on for 3 hours. It's fine if I have like something that is like easily shareable. If I'm working on like all of those like tokens and I need to like reset them every 5 minutes because I'm licking them, it's I don't have that much energy. Yeah, so that's why I'm figuring out this two channel thing. And uh, and oh yeah, and you can see this timer. So okay, I will rant about this for a second. uh, okay, so the right way to do that is is oh, it's very much in production. So the story behind this is I did like per social video on this about like Vercel storage stuff, and the like my hype on this like died in like 10 minutes. I'm like, oh, I wonder how they're doing it. Oh, it's like the worst kind of like possible way. Oh, I wonder how they do it. Oh, it's like the worst. And it's like it's never stopped. So like for this template, I was thinking about using Vercel Postgres, and it's like it's like worse and worse. And someone recommended me uh, Keasley as like a way to talk to database, and was like, okay, at least they probably have migrations and stuff. It's like, no, they don't. And I was like, okay, what's the official Keasley example by Vercel? And it's like, yes, this is how they're doing migrations. They're trying to read from database, and if they can't read from it, it's probably because they didn't create the table yet. So they will just inline create it. This is such PHP like 3.5 thinking. This is going back to like 20 years ago. This is I it's like it's so ugly, it's beautiful. So it's like I don't know how else to say it. Yeah, and it's yeah, like someone is like some people are like trying to read it seriously, and they're like, okay, I don't know if it's joke or trolling, but it's like, why are you selecting all without limits and like you're not paginating it? And you're like, no, no, no. They're like, and it's like, I never saw, I never saw creating data, yeah, like tables in light. Oh, but I did. uh, I will show. It's in my like in this Twitter. Where is it? Okay. Did I forget to tweet it? Oh, I think it was like a reply to someone, right? Maybe it's here. Yeah. Yes. So this code reminds me of first PHP code, and this was literally like the first PHP code that I was doing, and the idea was the following: you will do create table if not exists. So you don't do that exception stuff. It's like, yeah, you just assume that it doesn't exist. And but it will not crash if it exists. So that's the difference. In PHP, if like a SQL query crashes, your whole like page will crash. So um, that's yeah. There was no kind of like error handle proper error handling. So you will create this page, and then you just like uh, insert into it if you need it, and then just select from it if you need it. And this like this like get request, like reading a get request and doing insert. This is peak PHP. This is how like everything was written. Like making changes on get was like a just the first step of learning PHP. And so I made this whole thing with like I have a form that will send the get with this text, and yeah, uh, it's just beautiful. That was in my video, so it's I yeah I should retweet it, otherwise I'm going to lose it. Okay. Uh, so yes, it is in production. I don't know how else to say it. It's like like all the people are probably like too young to remember how bad it was, so they don't know they don't know how bad it is. But yeah. Okay, so going back to work, and yeah, thank you guys for chatting up, and start my timer, and let's start the music. Yeah, speaking of rounds, I need to figure out like the setup where I can just like clip this later, even if I'm doing it like on this channel, but I don't have energy for that yet.
If you've ever built
I think I need to make a break. Let me figure out what I can share. Oh, wow. I actually went over the hump with those followers. We're at 11 now. Okay, let me share this. So what I was doing is, again, let me finish writing this. Okay. Okay, so I mean, for debug purposes, this is actually good. So what we're doing is we need to this is like a waterfall, unfortunately, but we need to go to propel auth server to get access token. So we're sending some like refresh token, which is, I think it's just like HTTP only secure cookie, so you can't access it from JavaScript, which is good security policy. So you do that, you refresh the token, it responds with access token, and this is the access token that we need to send to our backend. On the backend, we have this as API function where we get a post request which will check the, where is it happening? Yeah, we'll get this header, authorization header, and we check that the token and authorization header is good and it has access to this organization. It will respond with that organization information from which we need like our org ID, and it will respond with user information. So we can use that information to sign the token. The way the token works is this is the part that is signed by the backend, because only the backend knows the secret. So there is no, this is our way as a fogbender to check that this is the user who is like who has access to that organization, all that stuff. So unless backend checks that this user has access to this organization, it won't generate JWT, so we won't let that user in. So this is just a security measure of like, hey, we created like a token for this user, but now this user says, oh, can I read like history of that organization? And we're like, unless the user, unless our customers who are using fogbender, unless they decided that it can do that, there's no way to access this information. And it's it is done this way so that you can, like, if you have issue where your users are like impersonating each other or something like that, where it's like you need to make sure that user ID matches to particular username or something like that, you can pass all of those like additional fields here, or like a avatar or something like that. Because otherwise users technically can just like go and if you go to like components, right, you can see in React that we have this oh, what's happening with E, find. That's that's not how it's supposed to work. But did it die? One second. Okay. Uh, so users can technically just go and like edit this information or um, create like their own tokens, create their own widgets. So it's possible for them to spoof all of those values because we're just like passing them, right? Unless there's JWT that will check that this information is correct. Usually it's fine just to check the access. So this is what we are doing with user ID and user with org ID. So user ID is like access to my own history, and org ID is like access to the org history. So that's kind of like important security wise. But otherwise, yeah, there is a problem of like if they will send like customer name, it will like change customer name for everyone, and it's like if you have a user who's messing with your stuff, that's why you can add all that stuff. I feel like you're pretty screwed if you have someone in your internal spoofing tokens. It's not that internal. That's a bit of a problem. It's like so we're building this for like this template. You can imagine this is like a I don't know what's the good way of like Figma, right? So you have Figma and you have Figma users, and those users want to be like in customer support. And there are a lot of Figma users, so it's not that like it's somehow like too closed. It's I mean, unless Figma kind of like decides that they can provide support only if you pay like this amount or something like that. It could possibly be like tons of users and they can easily create like Google account or something like that. It's like easy to get account, and because you have access to that user and that organization, you can like mess with it. I mean, like all the it's like who are you hurting here, right? The people who are on your Figma team. So they're it's not like a too scary of like of an attack, but it's still an attack. And like the bigger your organization is, the more customers you want to support, the kind of like stricter all of that stuff you want to do. But then it's a question of like, okay, so if I want to assign an organization name, I need to like get it from somewhere. So like I need to read it from database. And if you have like microservices and you need to read like from 10 microservices to generate one token, it could become a problem. And at that time, maybe you're like caching those tokens, or I have no idea what's the right way to do that. Um, Once we get to that scale, once we have customers who are like complaining about that, maybe we will have to do something even more complicated. But maybe like users can't change org name or something like that. So yeah, we'll see. So where we are with this? Yeah, so this is like a backend. This is backend Astro stuff. On the front end, we are doing a React query. We're sending though that user, and we're using like selected org because you could have like potentially you could have like multiple organizations, and we need to know like for which we're generating the tokens. And it has tail time infinity so that we don't run this post request all the time. And don't like generate those JWTs all the time. And once we have JWT, we can generate a fogbender token that is like signed. And once we have it, we can show the floaty. It looks very fast on my computer, but I don't know what kind of latency it will have in real life. Yeah, I mean it's a tricky combination. We actually had a user who's like, "Hey guys," so because in the first version we didn't have org ID, it was only using user ID, and they're like, "Hey guys, do you know that you can like get access?" I'm like, "Yes, yes, yes, you know," but like we didn't implement it yet. So like I know about like more stuff than I can I can have time to implement it. So that's unfortunately how it is. So now we're going to try to deploy that to production and hope for the best. I need to. You weren't supposed to notice that. I mean, I always appreciate that. I'm always like when users are like security conscious and they're like, "Hey, do you know that this thing?" I'm like, "Yes." It's good that you know. If only I knew about it, it wouldn't be as fun. But like if everyone knows, that's fun. Okay, so unfortunately, okay, so module level use client. Oh wow, they already added use client. Okay, named export sign not found. Word module is commented. Oh my god, I hate this so much. Okay, so what do I do that? Why can't they just fix this stuff? Yeah, it's like it's auth zero. They have like billions of money. Like OpenAI is probably like just giving them billions, and they still can't write an npm package. Yeah, so this is my secret. I only use Node for front end. So as soon as kind of like Babel and TypeScript happened, I think we used for a while like TypeScript in this like namespaces configuration. So it didn't do any of that stuff. But like pretty soon, like when you're using React and TypeScript, you could use like import something from something, and for front end, it kind of works. And because it doesn't use like Node, uh, it doesn't use require from Node. It uses require from like Browserify or Webpack and so on. So it's I just didn't need to do that before, and now dealing with server side JavaScript, it's I'm just glad that I didn't do uh, yeah, JavaScript shouldn't be on the servers. That's my that's my starting point, and I think like Bon and Dino might remove some of that stigma and make like JavaScript on the server like not the worst thing. But yeah, unless that happens, it's I'm not a fan. Okay, so I can't do sign. So I should do probably like this or the star one. So this dot sign. So let's see if that's doing anything. Okay, compiled. I don't know if it works or not because thank you Marcel, but at least it compiled. Yeah, Bon is it's like when it works, it works. It's like it's such a nice experience when it works. I use it for package management, so like even this project is like yeah, I started with Bon. Is Dino that much better? I mean, Node is that much worse. It's like all the all the programming languages, everything kind of like has some kind of like bar now, and Node is just like not meeting that. They're like, oh, we don't care. We broke everything, and it will probably be solved in the next 10 years. We don't care. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed that, but I'm not a fan of Node. Also, not a fan that I don't have ESLint set up yet, and it's driving me insane with all like unsorted imports. That's just the settings that I had for like 10 years, and now I can't live without it. I might notice that. I mean, I'm not hiding that fact. Okay, so I think we're fine. I think we need to remove a few of the like console logs and stuff. We wrote new instructions for fogbender. We wrote API for fogbender. I don't like that we're like not reusing some of the logic for org IDs, but like I don't know which one I'm going to delete yet, so it's probably fine for now. I want to separate. I want to probably separate like the uh just the infrastructure kind of stuff of like, hey, this is client. Yeah, I guess it's just one file. Yeah. Yeah. Now it's like I have query here. I think I'm fine with that. So it's add client DSX for to wrap React query. Oh, React query and reg. Okay. So now let's go back. Yeah, and this is my this is my type safety. I'm just using this type, and it's like, yeah, I'm just importing it on the client and on the server, and this is that type safe heaven that we're living in. Okay, so so this this yeah. So in terms of here, we just had like something here. Now we have this debug stuff that we need to remove, and otherwise it just this thing shows up. I'm curious like how React Query DevTools are configured for production. I'm just assuming that it checks like and it only runs in dev, but yeah, we'll see. So add fogbender integration. Okay, so I need to clean up some stuff in the when I was installing stuff. So fogbender react, then stack query, reg. Yeah, so I think I need to do this, and I need to do this. Okay, so yeah, JWT stuff that's related to fogbender, but on the backend. So I should probably move it like this order. Okay, it didn't work. Okay, so then stack query, fogbender react, JWT in the server, and then add this and add the rest of it. Okay, there are some comments. There are good comments or bad comments. Okay, good comments. Okay, sure. Now we think that it builds. And we think that we can push it. Okay, now I need a 30-second run. It only runs the dev. Yeah, I haven't used it before. We only recently started to do like more React query stuff, and And I don't know. I don't have like ESLint. I don't have DevTools for all of that stuff. Okay, so needs to install stuff now. Can't believe you can install Yarn in 30 seconds. In this project, I don't think like we ever had it when it was just 30 seconds. Okay, yeah, it's interesting that this use client stuff. Yeah, that will take a while, I think. Type user React query. Yeah, I I think React query was really good thing, um, and it's a bit sad that like all the tools that did a lot of kind of like that innovation of uh, remix and like React query, they're bound to be so good that they're going to be kind of like built into other frameworks. So it's like it's too good to stay as a separate thing. Okay, so we go to app, and it's welcome to the app. It's loading. We can bask in all of its serverless glory. Oh no, it actually crashed. Oh yeah, because it's the wrong URL. Okay, so maybe it's not going to be as slow as I was joking. Hey, okay, so the JWT didn't happen, and it's just showing for a one. I don't like that it's like trying. It's still like trying it all the time. It's like in terms of for one, it's like yeah, until you get new. Um, yeah, so React query don't retry for one. Yeah, it's a temp index, but how do I say that like don't retry particular error? Okay, it can have a custom error. You can only use React Query the way I use it with gRPC because you can set data. Yeah, I didn't look into gRPC too much. I did stream about what is it? Create D3 solid. Yeah, so this one. So this is kind of like the extent of me looking into gRPC, and I like the I like the kind of like the bling stuff more because it feels simpler, but yeah, probably has to be like something in the middle. Okay, so let's go back to the thing. So what is happening right now is we have this thing and we have like this warning, right? So it's like, hey, I should probably just remove staging. I don't know how to do that, but I will try. Okay. So in prod, we are missing ID and a secret. So let me switch back to my let me switch back to not sharing this screen. Okay, so this is widget ID and this is secret. Yeah, the Doppler stuff, it's not optimized for streamers. It's so easy to leak the secret. So yes, it's just for production. And I should probably reset the secret. Yeah, so let me reset it because I feel like I leaked it somewhere already. Just so I can be more calm about what's happening. Okay, so let's go back to screen sharing. So now I updated stuff in Doppler. So in Doppler, you have integrations, and Vercel integration will like show that, hey, we need to like copy values, this and that. So now in Vercel, I go to, how do I go to? Yeah, if I go to settings, environment variables, I will have fogbender. I will have fogbender secret for, yeah, so it's like updated 1 minute ago. So uh, so it's like it automatically and I can do that in terminal as well, so I don't have to do it through UI. I can just say, hey, this is a secret for like this environment, and I'm sure you can do all of that through Vercel, like CLI as well. I just I just don't know how to use it. So now that we updated all of that stuff, we should go back to deploy. And okay, so yeah, so deploy didn't fail because we are not using this thing. This is going to be my next integration of checking that all the production, all the uh, environments are there, and just failing the build if they are not set. So because we're not using this thing yet, the build was successful, but it just has old values. So we're going to go to that build, and we are going to redeploy it, but we can use the cache because we just need one value to be changed. Okay, still taking a long time, even though we're using cache. And it's slightly less than the other one, but and I should do this in parallel because uh, yeah, if they have multi-core system, it's probably beneficial to run them in parallel. So okay, deploy completed. We're going back, we're refreshing, and hey, we have fogbender. Pat in the back. uh, and this is going to use like my exact org, my exact user ID, and all that stuff. And if you have more people in this org, I can talk to them. And am I going to test that? I need like 2 browsers for that. So I mean, yeah, I'm not going to test that, but you should just imagine that it works. Okay, so this is good. I'm pretty happy with the progress. I think it's time to start doing this thing. So there should be some T3 website and .t3. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, type safe with Wigless. That's nice. How do they do it? Is it like SVG or something? I'm not. Yeah, decoration baby. It's just yeah. Yeah, so it's just Tailwind. It's not fancy at all. Okay. Are you saying that this website is written in Next.js? Is Theo really giving up on the Astro train? Oh yes, he is. Oh yes, he is. He is giving up. Okay, so it starts at the top. So it might not even be the app directory one. Okay, so next F push. Okay, or it could be in the app directory one. So click to docs. Yeah, so that looks like the. It's interesting that it's like prefetching everything, even though I didn't even click on it, or like hover over it or something. Yeah. So he said that in like one of his streams, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm upset that I'm not upset, but like I'm disappointed that we used Astro for T3 Docs website." And so there are two things. The one thing is that Astro has client side routing RFC, I think. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to find it. Oh no, here it is. Yeah, so the idea is they had like things like that before. One of my like first streams about um, one of the first streams I ever did was about Astro and like Astro SPA, and they're basically like bringing this as a like a supported feature, and that means that like for a website like Docs, it will actually do kind of like the same magic, but it's not React Store components. So it's like uh, it's not going to have all of the optimizations that React Store components have, and it but it will work for a lot of like simpler websites, and it's kind of like, hey, I can do kind of the same thing but for much lower price, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's interesting that yeah, there's some broken CSS. I don't know if I don't know how to like reproduce it. Yeah, I can understand like why this feels better. And okay, so the second part of this is QGP. This is my project. This is basically how to build SPAs in Astro, because Astro doesn't have an HMR, and it's basically kind of like impossible to do big SPAs without HMR. And Jazzy Pence, who is Jesse Pence, he actually wrote like most of this website. Um, and here the thing is that when you click between sections, we are also doing client-side navigation, even though it's like all of it is rendered with Astro. So it's kind of like when React Server Components is like, what's the meme? It's like, Mom, I want server components. Yeah, we have server components at home. Though this is like server components at home. It has a lot of that stuff, but it's a bit more manual, and because like I had to kind of like connect everything together myself, and okay, so it's a bit more manual, and it's not as optimal, but it's like you don't have to send however many like however many kilobytes of JavaScript for this page. It's kind of like optimal in the other way of like how if you ever like watch Straustrup, the guy who created C++, if you ever watch him talk, he will always say like, "Hey, C++ can generate like code that is like more optimal than assembly." This is like the thing that he's kind of like he kind of like appreciates the most about C++. And Astro is more like assembly, and XJS is more like C++. It's like it's bigger, it's doing more things, and if you're lucky, you will get a more optimal solution because like how much stuff it does. But in assembly, you can have like just less stuff. I don't know how else to describe it, but I was going to click on this thing. And it's like, okay, so we're sending 433 kilobytes of JavaScript. And if you go here, yeah, V2SPA. So QGP is basically kind of like V2SPA, but you're using Astro to deploy to production. So it it's kind of like best of both worlds. Okay, I'm kind of like okay. So this is the difference between like yeah, both of those websites look nice. One of them is doing kind of like 5 times more. Oh, I'm actually sending like analytics here and stuff. So so yeah. So without analytics, it's going to be yeah. So it's like this. My website without analytics is sending like 10 times less JavaScript. So so it's like which of them is like more optimal. Or like depends on what they're optimizing for, and it gets like 94 performance, right? And so it's not like it's like in 30s, right? So it's like it's fast enough. And this is basically like the bet that React and Next.js overall are doing. They're like, yes, React is 10 times bigger than Preact. Yes, Next.js is 10 times bigger than Astro, but it still works. You guys are like, you're optimizing the thing that like doesn't matter in the end. SPA fills. I don't know how to measure speed of SPAs because it's like if you're getting it from CDN, like who cares? I don't know. Okay, so I still think that T3 docs could be exactly fine uh, being Astro website. And I actually wanna like as a project, I wanna try rewriting them to UGP and the idea is I will get old website, I will rewrite it to QGP, and I will rewrite it to new Astro SPA mode, and we'll just like um, talk over the differences and talk over like which one should you use, and then we're all going to like cross our fingers and wait for one of them to be merged by Theo, right? that that could be a fun thing to do. Okay, that was my Astro rant. I should be like doing marker stuff. Okay, so yeah, so let me do that kind of like offline with music, and once I have some progress, I will report back in. Code mode. Yeah, it's not going to be a code mode. It's going to be kind of like a rewrite. So this is similar stuff that I do right now with. Yeah, speaking of code modes, I have a code mode that allows you to turn your Create React tab into like Vite and Astro, so like into QGP. So that's the closest to what is possible. So I was just going to show that like I have this like app that starts as an Astro component, but then it's like quickly, hey, React only, client only React, and then it connects to like all the providers and stuff that it needs, and it's like it's actually not that bad, that approach. And when I click on switchworks, it actually like does server side navigation, and if I click on this one, it does server side navigation, but you're not going to like notice that. I could have created it like it being a whole SPA. If next pisses me off enough, I will move back to Express. Isn't Express dead? I'm getting like conflicting messages. Some people say that it's like still exists, but I heard that um like everyone who ever worked on Express is doing Fastify now. So yeah. And again, JavaScript on the server, I don't care. But it's just funny. Uh, yeah. So don't do Vite plus Express. Just do Astro. That's like if you need Express, here's your where is it? Yeah, here's your API route. Okay. Turning on music now. What's happening? Music is not working. Yeah, working. Okay, apparently it's already time to have a break. uh, okay, so this is where we are. Um, so where should I start? So first is what are we trying to solve? Uh, environment variables. Once Zode happened, everyone is like, hey, can I just check environment variables with Zod? But then the question is like, do I want to send Zod to the client just because I want to check uh, environment variables. So this is supposedly the solution. Not like entirely sure if it's a good idea to use it, but I wanted to try. And um, this is the like Matt Pocock video, so proposing this. Uh, this is kind of fine, except that again, your setting's odd, and the point of like transforming default values is actually kind of makes sense, because maybe you just want to normalize it to booleans or something like that. And in fogbender we just have like a config file where we import config, not, we don't use environment, we import config. So I wonder if that could be config, by the way. So I tried to play with it. I had some issues. I create first of all, they have example for Astro. I had few issues. So one is that instructions were unclear. I saw that it has like a process environment there and it will crash. Yeah, so it does send out to the client. Yeah, it doesn't sound that doesn't sound like a too good of idea, to be honest. And um, yeah, I wonder if I should rename it just rename it to config, because that's how the other thing works. Yeah, so I have an end, and it's like, hey, do you want to get it from the config? Yes, I do. Okay. Okay. I think for them it makes sense to send that to a client bundle, because they're using gRPC, and gRPC sends that to the client. Does gRPC send that to client bundle? Yeah, I'm sure I have to check that. Okay. Step 2. Right. So, and this the problem with N is that there's Astro and apparently Veed would have this N dot D dot TS file, and it basically messes up with stuff. Okay. HTML and replacement. Yeah. So that was that. One other thing is that I have this thing where I check environment variables and show like nice errors if they are not set. And I'm not sure how that should work with, like here, oops, yeah, the automatic renaming for some reason messes up with the imports. Okay, so invalid environment variables, but then I go here and it actually works. It's like, hey, run this, run that. So as long as I have different pages, it should be fine. I can't build it because those pages like depend on that stuff. And it's like, hey, just don't depend on it and it will build. I think that's a good setup for SSG, SSR kind of stuff. What else? So far, the only thing that is crazy for me is sending Zod on the to the client build. Because we could use transforms, I think. I wish we had this. I wish we had this without um, transforms. I don't have to send it. So let's just quickly check the theory. So yeah, I could technically, yeah, I don't know. So it's dot Vercel output static astro. Oh, I don't have source map. Wow. I mean, I could just do disk usage. That's in kilobytes, right? So okay, a lot of kilobytes. But that's before gzip, so it's bound to be a bit more. Now, if I do this, I don't see Zod here. I go here. I don't see Zod here either. Is it like object? Oh yeah, object is. What is the? What could be the name that is somewhat? Yeah, ASUID. Okay. Okay, let me switch. Okay, so the results are unclear. I don't know an easy way to check if we're sending Zod or not. I started Doppler. Okay, it works now. So if we go to sources and Zod, yeah, so we're sending Zod. And that's not a small library as far as I remember. Go here and find Zod. Okay, I need to do this without caching. Okay, 3 kilobytes. 3 kilobytes is not that scary. 1.5 kilobytes. Oh, okay. What's that? Oh, oh. That's the real Zod. 100 kilobytes. Yes, this is the scary part. And just to check that I have the value set, yeah, that doesn't seem like a good idea. I mean, it seems like a good idea for next people, right? Because they like sending big bundles, and maybe if you're already depending on gRPC or something that is already sending Zod, it's fine, but it doesn't look too fine to me. So the way that we can get rid of it is if we go to app and we don't get env anymore, just get env this way, and we're still sending Zod. Okay. Oh, okay. So how are we sending Zod? So let's call it env2. Okay, so now it's crashing. So app gsx. Okay, so let's remove from here. Go back. No Zod. Okay, good. Now, what if I want this thing to be valid as well? So I go back to the trusty Matt advice. It's like, hey, just declare this. Just declare this for it's env2 dot client, I guess. Yeah, this is all of this is already done. So if I do kind of like that, and if I do client here, okay, interesting. So it has to be and do then. Okay, so import meta and so I should be doing in interface this client. No, and stance. How do I do that? Yeah, so extends type of env2. Expression expected. I don't know. Is that a good expression? Now if we go here, yeah, it doesn't work. So I want to extend this class. Could be extending this class, so I don't know. Because this works only for process.env, and I need to do import meta.env. And this way I can still check that those things are there. And yeah, but it's still any here. Okay, so this part doesn't make any sense. Oh, maybe I just messed it up. No. Okay, so interface. I don't remember how to extend interfaces, so it's a tricky question because it's like which one of them is like global? This just this import meta. How do I refer to that import meta? So I should be able to just do this. So like public auth URL. So if I do this, so now here it should be a string. But how do I? Right? So it refers to the right thing. Now, if I do extends this, didn't work. Recursively refers itself, but as a base type. Okay, is that because n refers? It's not type of, it's just this. Does not satisfy constraints. Okay, string. Does not match signature or something. Okay. Yeah, so I just don't know the syntax, but I'm pretty sure there's a way to do that. So I can do this. Then if I don't import env, if I only import env on the server and on the client, I only rely on this, and it's like, hey, make sure that it's just a string or something. Yeah, there's probably a way to do that. Yeah, it just I wouldn't be able to do it today. Okay, so where am I? Here. Let's stop it right now, and thanks everyone who was in the chat, and yeah, I don't know, like my Vercel storage video. It seems to be working out okay right now. Oh, let me share the screen again. So this video, yeah, it's okay. It shows 200 views here, but just 80 here. So I think the 200 is the more is the more right number, and I think this also like liking. So the funniest thing is where viewers are coming from. It's like, yeah, just people searching for Vercel, and the official Vercel video is on that video. My video is getting recommended, so that's pretty funny. Okay,